streaming live now. Hopefully, no internet problems this time. Oh my gosh, my cat is just loving it. Uh, I got to need to let Twitter know that I am streaming. Oops. All right. Oh my gosh. And I should also. Well, I guess I sent it to the community chat earlier. So I can. Polynomial, you gonna knock over all my stuff? My cat's name is Polynomial, if anyone is interested and wondering. Alright. So, anyway, 0 drop frames so far. That seems awesome. Let's see if the Twitch stream is going. I was doing some fun stuff, figuring out how some things work in OBS before I was using Twitch Studio, and I know it was dropping frames left and right, so that was no good. I have a camera up here, and I also have a camera down here. Oh, check that transition. Wow. Okay, cool. So, how do I want to structure this? All right, so first we'll go to the Google Sheets. Let me bring that up. And I like working in Pomodoros a lot of the time. Oh, wait. It turned off. Okay, that should work better now. So I like working in Pomodoros, which is 25 minutes of work and 5 minutes of a break. In this case, unless I need to go to the bathroom or something, a break will just be something else. And that helps me stay in flow better. And after 2 or 3 cycles of that, maybe a longer break, try to get up and stretch my legs, definitely. But I have a tool I like to use for that. Tomato-timer.com works really well. Let me change the bell to be something more acceptable. Do a doorbell. Alright, cool. Alright, so we'll start doing 25 minutes of work now. And then what do I want to start on? I want to start with exploring what I already have. So I wrote a script that pulls US stocks data, and it's a little old, so we're just kind of building a framework here. I don't know if we'll get to the point of having a submittable file today, but hopefully we'll be building out the skeleton for that this week. Hopefully I'll be able to figure out how I want to share my code. Um, I believe that Twitch prohibits me from uploading my videos to YouTube for 24 hours after I initially stream, so it'll be at least 24 hours until this goes up, but I'll try to put it up unless we have problems like last time, in which case I'll abandon it entirely again. um, but yeah, basically, I wrote a script that pulls stock data from Yahoo, Yahoo Finance, and it took a while to do that without breaking the what's it called? The limits. Is if you do too many requests, rate limits. Yeah, so I didn't want to get rate limited by Yahoo by spamming their servers, so I wrote it to do just enough according to what they allow, then wait a bit, and then do it again until it filled up. Apparently, someone has a better script for getting data from the wider universe from Yahoo, and maybe other places too. I don't have that handy. If anyone's watching this and has it and can DM it to me, either on the Rocket Chat or on Twitter, I would really appreciate it. And we can start working with that data too. But we're going to try to build a skeleton. I think another goal will be a naive model or a Bayeve model, if you're misspelling it like me. A naive model, and maybe if we have time, also get started on a less naive model. So these are our goals. We'll put these in a more sensible place where we can kind of mark them off. We'll try to work through these, see how many of them we can get through. And then maybe in the last 20 or 30 minutes of the stream, which I'm going 4 hours today is my goal. In the last 20 or 30 minutes, kind of try to reflect, summarize, and make plans for future sessions. I should be able to do the same time next week, although the week after that I will be camping, so I am not sure I'll get back in time to start at 1 precisely, but I still want to stream, although we'll see what's going on that week. I might take that week off. All right, so goals. Let's add some formatting. And then we'll just start. We'll just jump into it. All right, so I now want to explore what I've got already in RStudio. Okay, so I've made the variables signals data and symbol data. Let's see what the headers of those look like, what the names. We'll start with names. Kind of refresh myself since it's been a couple weeks since I put these together. Alright, looks like OHLC data and volume and an adjusted column for signals data, and symbol data is the same. I think symbol data, I might have just taken a subset of them. Let's see. I think symbol data, symbol, doing a unique call there will make that clear. Okay, yeah, so I just did MLCO, and I think I just picked based on what I saw when I was looking at signals data. So let's take a look. I'm gonna try to put all this into an actual file. Should have done that in the first place. Alright, so let me close these other things so I don't accidentally give away how my models are set up. That doesn't matter. I pasted that from somewhere else. Alright, so got that. In RStudio, you can do, if you're on Windows like I am, you can do Control-Shift-C to just mark out, comment out everything that's already selected. And now we'll take a look at the head of signals data. Let's make a note that symbol data is just MLCO. Symbol data is just symbol MLCO. Okay, so look at the head of signals data. And if anyone's watching, feel free to say hi. I have the chat window up on my other monitor over here. I'd love to know who's watching. If anyone is joining me, feel free to let me know, or don't, whatever. If you have any questions or anything, I'm glad to address them. I'm going to save this. I think that the kind of stuff I want to do on this stream, if you're trying to do quant stuff, could be good to learn along with. Dip in and out of, work on your own thing. It could be good to study alongside. I have a kind of sultry voice, so, you know, if you're not even into this stuff at all, maybe it's some ASMR for you, or, you know, who knows. But if you get anything out of it, that's awesome. I plan to just explore my special interests on here. I am autistic, so I like to, as many other autistics do, I like to focus in on stuff, and that's what a special interest is. For me, one of my special interests is predictive modeling, so I want to just document my processes, get better at doing projects, and share with people, and if it helps them at all. But you know, first line here is really myself. I'm just trying to improve my own processes, so hopefully I get that out of it. Okay, so we can see the head of the data. We're kind of starting around 2006 in December. Have MLCO data there. Let's see how many unique how many unique symbols do we have, and how many unique dates do we have? So we'll do length of unique of signals data variable symbol. So we have 2,121 unique symbols, and I believe those are all US, and I used something from Numerai to get that. I might track down that script later. I might not. We'll see. I'm not sure if it's really useful for anyone. So we'll do how many dates do we have next. After noting, we have 21. And for unique dates, oh, it's taking a bit longer to compute on that one. That's curious. I wonder why that is. So signals data is, how many rows is this thing? Almost 7 million rows. That's really big. I think when I chunked it out trying to not get rate limited, I went by symbols, and I was also tracking time. Okay, so we have 4,610 unique symbols. We don't currently know if every symbol has every date for that, and I think it's pretty unlikely given how the stock market works. You know, some of these companies didn't exist in 2006, so we want to make some notes here though. So that's 4,610 unique days, which is approximately, let's do 4,610 divided by 365. 12.6 years. All right. If anyone has joined us so far, I have not yet figured out how to see from OBS if there are people watching or not. So that's about 12.63 years. 12 and a half years of data? That's a lot. Possibly more than we'll need. And we'll, for the naive model, probably just be working with whatever we can. So we're about halfway through our first 25-minute Pomodoro. And when I think about what we want to do next, we've already explored. So let's bring up our goal sheet. Kind of have done that already. Oh, that brightness. I'll have to deal with that sometime. Alright, so that's done. We kind of want to build a skeleton. That seems more like a macro goal. So we might not check that off until a bit later. Let's try to go for the naive model first. So let's make a new sheet. Naive model. I like to try to make everything Unix friendly and naming conventions, so no spaces, since I've in some previous jobs had to make some workarounds that cost way too much time to really implement when just using Unix friendly names would have made it a complete non-issue in the past. I know I'm kind of, it looks like I'm kind of choppy right now in the video, at least. Hopefully the audio is still good. But for a naive model, so we know that there are two kinds of targets for signals that we can train to. So there's the 6-day target and there's the 22-day target. The 6-day is really 6 days from submission, I think, minus 2 days. So like there's a bit of a run ahead there, and I believe it's the same for the 22-day target. 20 isn't it? It starts at 2 days out. Just kind of interesting. Seems like not the best. And the 6 day is currently the one that is compensated. So I think we'll focus on the 6-day target to start. And we'll add some formatting to try to make that a little more obvious. Make it more fun. Okay, so naive model, that would mean if we're, at least from my perspective, like we just assume that the returns are going to be the same as the most recent ones we have available. So I'd say one way to specify a naive model would be as we find the most recent, and maybe this differs on some of them. Maybe it doesn't, since they're all USA, but find the most recent 4-day return, and then that's our signal. Some people in the Rocket chat have already said that, or maybe it wasn't on the Rocket chat, but it was on John's show, Daily Scores and Chill, Arbitrage, that numerize neutralization schema may already account for this signal, and in fact likely does. However, we're just trying to get started with something, and maybe it misses some of it. Maybe there's some extra signal in there that gets through. So I think this is a great place to start, and it's going to be really pretty simple. Not the most simple, because we have to make sure it's actually 4 days of return. So we're going to need to work with date format variables. So we're going to have to convert, and I may have already done this, so we should see. And let's go back to the goals sheet. And add a goal. We'll move the skeleton goal down a little bit, and then we'll say date math setup. And that's not date math like, was it John Nash talks about game theory with finding the optimal dates. It's dates as in calendars. So we'll go back over to that, and then we'll check the class. If you hear my cat in the background, that's my cat Polynomial, aka Polly. He's very cute. And if anyone Time Tyrant says, woo, stream is working this time. Yeah. I asked Arbitrage, and he recommended I try OBS, and also check my up data, and my up and down are good. I get 300 megs on each. I have a really good connection here, and I'm over wireless. It would probably be a gig if I were wired. And yeah, Twitch Studio was just much worse, and I can't really say why, and I don't intend to figure it out. OBS is great. All right, so we're doing a date math investigation. Also, hello to Time Tyrant. And if anyone else is watching, hello to you. Anybody, feel free to say hi or check in or ask questions or whatever. I want to be engaged a bit, although I will probably zone in on this stuff. Yeah, and that 300 megs is wireless too. I can't type right today. I need a good keyboard. All right, so we're doing the date math investigation. So let's just do a class call on signals data date, which I may have converted previously. That's why I'm not sure. So doing some conversion work may be necessary for others. All right, we're already at the date class. That is good news because working with date conversions is annoying. Uh, all right, so let's do some date tests. So let's do signals data. My computer is like so hot right now. Hopefully it doesn't catch on fire or something. Let's do date 2 minus date 1. Just kind of want to make sure that things function intuitively. I didn't like that for a moment, but that's because our studio was not fast. Okay, time difference of 1 days. Let's just document that with the comment. And then, since it's giving us back a string, let's do some equality tests with numerics. Yeah, Polly, I know. Say equals 1 gives us true. If we say equals 2, should give us false. Excellent. Okay. Great. So we know that the date column functions intuitively. Okay. Got about a minute and a half left till a little 5-minute transition to something else for a little bit. So next we want to develop a scheme for finding most recent four-day span for a symbol. So with this data, I kind of expect that span to be the same for each of them, but I want to develop it so that it can go symbol by symbol because I think that's a lot more likely to differ when we're working with symbols in multiple countries. I should probably write that down, but I don't feel like it. Okay, let's see. And so we want to loop through the symbols, so we want to get what the symbols are. Symbols US, get signals data, symbol gets the unique on that. All right, and our Pomodoro timer has gone off, so we'll just finish writing this and then start running them, and then take a 5-minute do something else break. We'll look at like signals documentation or post on the forum or something. So yeah, that should be enough for now. Oh, okay, easy. Just gonna check and make sure that's what I meant it to be. All right, and we'll start our 5 minute break. If anyone has any suggestion of things to look at or talk about while we're doing this 5 minute do something else break, I am all ears. But also, I have other ideas. So, come on. So, yeah, if, let's see. So, we want to go over to signals. Just kind of take a look around. If anyone watching is competing in signals and feels like sharing about like how they've been doing lately or how your model development is going, I'd love to hear about it. There's so much less staked on signals. I wonder how fast it's gonna fill up with the cap going, the payout factor going down and down on classic. How Time Tyrant, you're up 6%. Very nice. So let's take a look. Let's see how Diggerhan is doing. I'm gonna have a sip of water. I feel like the leaderboard mechanic can't be very useful if the number one correlation rank is missing 4 weeks. Yeah, my classic models are doing pretty poorly lately. I'm ranked, I think, in the 600s and 700s now. I was almost top 100 when they were kind of at their peak, and I'm wanting to change things up with those, but focus on signals for now because I think there's a lot of money to be had here, and it's kind of fun exploring something that only 250 people or 250 model slots even are staked on. So even less. I wonder how many unique modelers that is. I bet some of the people who are really good with the API would know that. Time Tyrant says their staking model is 694. Robot face. Always a robot face though. That's a good thing, I think. The robot face. Plus, still, there's like so many people. There's so many people there that I feel like even top 1,000 is pretty good. Are Quanta and Sapphire models of yours? I need to get my models onto they won't fit on compute because they're too big. But I need to get them on some sort of automated setup because it would be really nice to be able to like go on vacation without having to log into AWS on a Saturday afternoon. AWS is like frustrating sometimes too. Oh, nice, yeah. I think it is a new regime, like definitely, you know. Like my models that did well before are just totally shot now in classic. All right, we'll go back to the tomato timer and just blast my face with light. Start another 25 minutes. Get back into development. All right. Okay, so we have the unique symbols, and I need to get better at doing what's it called, dplyr loops, where you know you do the. It's kind of like a functionalized way of looping through stuff in R, but I'm actually not opposed to looping. I think that other stuff looks good, and I'd like to optimize on it sometime, but I don't need to right now. So we'll say for symbol in symbols US. Oh, Mesozoic metallurgist. Hey, you had some really strong models for a minute, right? Like, did you get number one on the leaderboard? I forget. So one of my stakers is really interested in, or backers. One of my prediction customers is interested in signals. I think because of the payout factor and kind of the maybe the regimes play a role there too. But you know, just a payout factor, it just doesn't feel good, even though like the earning potentials are still very high. um, So we're gonna loop through symbols US, and what did I want to do for each of those? I wanted to find. I want to make an index. So we'll define a couple vectors. We'll say date start index gets an empty vector, and date and number 2 and number 3. Oh, that's brutal to drop that much. I think 101 was my highest with Urza, and I really wanted to break top 100 and I didn't, so I think I need to like rework stuff anyway. I want something that's more of an all-weather model ultimately. I think I'm still profitable, but I think I can do better. So we'll use date start index and date end index to track, and that will be parallel to symbols US. And then we can make them a data frame afterwards. So symbols date reference is going to get data frame. And by the way, like the pipe operator in R is amazing. I highly recommend learning how to use that. I've been a little out of shape with that, so maybe I'll spend some time focusing on that in the future stream or on my own time sometime. but I'm a grad student working on completely unrelated stuff, so we'll see if I get time outside of stream time for that. Of course. Oh my gosh, yeah, Time Tyrant. The pipe, it's from Magrider, I think. It's just like it's great. I love like for functional programming, like just how I like to think about stuff. It's amazing, and the ways you can kind of like paint functions into each other with that. It's just fantastic. I got to meet Hadley Wickham once, like 6 years ago, in Boston at a R conference, and he's a really nice guy. He's unless I remember incorrectly, he was a lot taller than most people there. Yeah, so we're going to be making a data frame composed of symbols and the other indices. And we'll fill in that loop in just a moment. Okay, so to make this kind of scheme work, we're going to need to know, well, we're going to need to make a subset from the symbol, and we're going to need to extract the most recent date, which will be the last one. So I'll probably just take advantage of that, although it would be more robust to have a test for greatest there, although I think this way will save us time also currently. So we'll extract the most recent date, and then we want to test to see if 4-day span is live backwards. And if not live, step back and repeat until we have the indices that we want. All right. So I think this is where that variable from the beginning, symbols data, came from. Symbol data. Oh no, I'm getting spammed. How do I deal with that? I don't know how Twitch works. Well, that's annoying. Alright, I guess I gotta go on the Twitch website to deal with spammers. Well, I have no idea how to deal with spammers on Twitch. Mod view. Okay, that's how I do it. Everything's so slower when I like bring Twitch up. Well, hmm. All right. Well, I'll have to ask somebody later because I have no idea how to deal with spammers. So Time Tyrant was asking if I had any experience with Quantopia and Zipline. They haven't figured out how to integrate models into Zipline, but the way it sets up a data pipeline for factor processing give them a lot of ideas for how they want to approach signals. It's been a while, but I did mess with Quantopian a little bit, like years ago. And I looked into Zipline some, and it was just like I felt it was such a time investment that it didn't work for me at the time. So I didn't really get beyond the stuff that was like pre-built scripts, and I found it to be a bit cumbersome to approach. That's one of the things that was a big blocking factor for me with Quantopian. Okay, so getting back to this loop that we're writing here. Let's see. So symbol data is going to get signals data subsetted by the rows where the symbol lines up. So if we say, just to test it, symbol gets symbols US 1. Why does that take a while to compute? That's weird. That should be instant. Huh. Weird. That's kind of peculiar. I wonder why that's happening. CPU has a lot of room and memory's doing fine. It's OBS Studio. Oh, the computer is so hot. Okay. It let us do that finally. Hopefully it'll go a little faster when it's in loop and it won't be so stubborn. All right, so we got that symbol data. Let's just peek at the head and do a dim. All right, seems fine. So what's the trick for last index? The symbol data. Date. -1. Is that Python? Oh, no, that's not it. Okay. We'll just do, we'll get the dates. So we'll say date length. I like to try to make my code super usable or readable. I don't do like every single annotation possible, but I try to make the code really readable because I've had to deal with inheriting code from people who think code golf is a professional way to write programs, which is just so silly. So date length is going to get length of symbol data. Date. Which maybe we should throw a unique in there or something, but it doesn't really matter. In this case, we kind of know the data is structured in a way that makes it okay. Let's say relies on knowledge data structure. Oh, it's longer than my line. I don't care. Okay, so we've got the date length, and now we want to get date last. So date last gets symbol data date at reference index rather date length. And we'll say, actually we'll call that index last index last gets date length throwing these in there in case there's problems. It'll make it more obvious what's going wrong if that is related. What's that quote from Time Tyrant? Yeah, it's like I had to learn this ancient language, so I had to learn APL. part of a previous job. And not like a recent version of APL. It was like a kind that like stopped being developed in like 2000 or something. Um, and APL has a different keyboard set, different kinds of symbols. It has its own unique symbols that only exist for APL in many cases. Um, but yeah, the book for APL, which stands for a programming language, which just I, I hate that naming convention. Uh, the book, which was written in like 1965, was a book before it was a programming language. Back when they were trying to prepare math PhDs to become computer scientists. And it became a language and then became embedded in business context in a lot of major businesses. And the book itself and many subsequent articles written on it decades later and stuff were like, APL is so cool because you can do a sort and an index and cross referencing and editing and updating and all this stuff all in the same line with 15 characters or like whatever, and they really focus on that stuff. And I had to edit these mountains and mountains of code in this archaic language that was like just like written with that, where like the whoever was writing that stuff must have been like thinking like, yeah, this is so great, I'm accomplishing so much in one line. I'm like, it takes me like 30 minutes to 2 hours to decipher what one line of this does, and there's like 8,000 lines of it, like, and I'm good at this. I'm really good at this. This is a waste of money, man. Like, I like these quotes, Time Tyrant. If you ever decide to make a Twitter for these, I would be a big fan of it. Um, Time Tyrant said that they also like changing random stuff until your program works is hacky and bad coding progress, but if you do it fast enough, it's machine learning and pays 4 times your current salary. Yeah, you know, confidence is key, right? You just gotta sell it the right way. Um, okay, so getting back to this loop writing. Um, oh, I love it. All right, so we pulled out date length, and we're setting that as our initial last index. So we're going to keep setting and testing these until we get a satisfactory conclusion. Um, so let's see. We'll start with just call it span. Okay, so span is going to get, or we'll say the initial index first. We'll just look right before index last is where we'll start. So index first gets index last -1, and span gets um, index last symbol data date index last minus symbol data date index first. Do, 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 do. And how do I want to organize this? I'm going to get a sip of water. I want to get some good pictures of it sometime, but my setup here is like a technology cave kind of in the middle of my office. Um, so we also just got the timer that it's time for a 5 minute distraction to something else. Um, so I'll just leave an ellipses there so I know to come back to it, and then we'll start a 5 minute timer. I'm having fun with this. Why is it stuck on 10:52? Oh, because I haven't opened it yet. Okay. OBS is cool and weird. I gotta say I'm a fan, and I've enjoyed kind of like just messing around with it a lot. Let's like look into the docs on Signals, and if anyone has any stuff they want to throw out there, of ideas, comments, questions, whatever, let me know. I am open to how this works, and just kind of doing a starting from scratch thing to see where this all ends up and develop some quant stuff publicly. I feel like I'm probably one of the first people to do that, like openly. I guess it'll count better when I get a GitHub for it, but that'll happen soon enough. All right, so on Signals. Oh yeah, okay. So here's their example. Dividend yield. All right, who cares about that right now? Maybe later. To be clear, for anyone who might be paying attention to this kind of stuff, like I'm aware that like the data I'm working with is adjusted, and there's a lot of like flaws in that, and I ultimately would love to be working with more parsimonious data, but I figure I gotta start somewhere, so I'm just kind of doing like as soon as I have like a solid foothold, I'm trying to build the next step, and later go back and tune those up. Um, Last time I looked on Twitch, I have like 5 people watching or something, which is pretty awesome. I wish I knew how to look at it in OBS. I'll probably forget to look into uh, moderating activities before next time, but I'll learn it eventually. Yeah, so there's like they have a file, like a historical targets file. Like we should almost definitely be incorporating that into how our stuff is working. Um, I'm curious if anyone watching has read or is reading or wants to be reading Marcos Lopez de Prado's Advances in Financial Machine Learning. I looked at it a little bit when I was recently traveling, and I want to read more. That book seems like fire. Um, I'm just gonna rant for a minute since there's only a minute left. I was also reading recently. There's there's been a lot of hype about quantum computing for 2 or 3 decades. I was reading like some articles from like some of the people who are like the top researchers on quantum computing, and it seemed like the big takeaway was like people are like hucksters about quantum computing. Like there's some cool stuff about it, but like it's not what like the media keeps cracking it up to be, and I just think that's so funny. People are like, "Whoa, quantum computing, it might do this thing," and then like the actual like top researchers are like, "Whoa, pump your brakes, buddy. Maybe not." Uh, Plus, apparently, it's very hard to program for quantum computers. Although, if there's a market for that, I'd love to learn. Um, or some cool way to mess with that. I got 15 seconds, so I'm gonna get some more water. Okay, let's jump back into it. I need to train my. I use Joystick for accessibility purposes because sometimes mousing and keyboarding for a long time makes my hands hurt, and I like to use Nintendo Switch controllers paired to my computer in conjunction with the software called Joystick to optimize some of my movements so I can kind of like just chill and like be pressing stuff. But when I'm programming, since it's like keyboard related, I haven't really found a meaningful way to do that yet. Uh, so we want to figure out the span. We want the span to be equal to 4. Um, but we don't want to go over by too much. So I think it's like we want to inch back. We want to inch span the first date back while the span is less than 4. And then if the span is greater than 4, we want to inch back the index first and then reset with index last being just behind that. And that way we'll be sure to get the most recent exactly 4-day period. And should it be equals 5? No, 4. Okay. I think making it equal 4 makes sense. I might be doing a some sort of +1 error, but that would be easily fixable at a later date. So we'll want to inch while span is less than 4. We want to decrement index first, but if span is greater than or equal to 5, we want to decrement index last and reset index first to index. This is kind of long for a note. Index last -1. So, oh, my screen's getting all weird. Is it because my computer is hot? Should I do something to cool it down? I don't know how that works. After our next Pomodoro, I forgot to start that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do that in the background real quick. Right. So while span is less than 4, we want to decrement index first, but if span is greater than or equal to 5, decrement index last, return index first to index last. And ooh, I might do a while flag loop here, which some people really dislike, but I'm okay with it. And if span is exactly equal to 4, stop. Goal is met. Cool stuff. All right, so probably want to check. That'll go in some order. We'll figure out what the correct order is as we go through here. So all right, so we'll say span flag gets false. And then we'll copy, or try to remember to copy the notes to the correct parts as we go. And then we'll say while not span flag. And then we'll do these. Okay, so first is this one. We'll say if span flag stop goal is met. And then I think the order doesn't really matter. Okay, so we say if span equals 4. For some reason, I love saying equals. It just feels nice. So if span is equal to 4, then we want to say span flag gets true. And then we'll say else if span is less than 4, else if span is less than 4, then we want to loop through that. So we'll figure that out in a second. And then we'll also start expanding the clause for span greater than or equal to 5. Okay, so if spin is, and we want to do some testing inside this while loop before the if chain, I think. Let's add another exclam comment there to signify that this is in dire need of being filled in. Still 0 frames dropped. That seems pretty awesome. Gotta look into like cooling, maybe. I wonder if that's part of why the computer is not doing great. Yeah, I'm gonna take a like leg stretching 10-minute break at the end of this this Pomodoro, which is still, you know, another 18, 19 minutes. Okay, so thinking about it. Okay, so I think we want to take this code up here and throw it in that while loop. So what if I move this? If I make it happen out here, and then I move this inside. Ooh. Found an error. This should say index last. Oh wait, no. I'm getting confused. I can tell that it's like getting close to time for me to have a little a little break. So I'm getting a little slow and mixing some stuff up. Okay, so when we start, we have our initial testing pair. The span is gonna, get calculated that way. Span is equal to 4, it's good, and then we kick out. If span is less than 4, then index first gets adjusted. But if span is greater than or equal to 5, then we want to do the same thing. But first we want to adjust index last as well. And it should throw in a master else there in case stuff goes wrong. It shouldn't, but just in case. And we'll tell it then that to kick out of the loop as well. Use some more pro error catching if you like. I forget how to do it at the moment, so I'd like to, tune that up at a later time. So we'll kick out by saying span flag gets true. Cool. Okay, so that should be pretty good. So while it's going through this, blah, 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 blah. And then we want date start index. We want to build these vectors. Build the indices. I'm also talking a lot less. That's another sign, I think, that I need a bit of a break. I'm kind of zoning in, which feels nice, but at the same time, I'm trying to develop some content here, so. Let's see if we can test this. Yeah, Time Tyrant, I'm actually like kind of surprised that this is working as well as it is for me. I feel like, we're coming up on, what did I start at, like 1. So we're coming up on an hour and a half, and that's pretty good for me for like needing a major scene change. Although sometimes, of course, I've had like just coding for 12 hours at a time or whatever, but like uh I'm really enjoying this. This is cool. I kind of talking the stuff out loud is helpful too. Um and having uh interaction is really nice as well. I I'm having fun. Okay, so we have the index vector building code there, and what do I want to do now? So I think I just want to like test it, right? Like, okay, so we set symbol. Yeah, totally. Time Tyrant. When I used to work, I worked. I mean, I still work, but when I did this kind of stuff, like a lot more of the time, I worked in an office, and uh, the first like 4 years of that was in a cubicle, and then I had my own little closet of an office eventually, and I just the mood was all wrong, you know. I'd be interested in doing this kind of work from home though, but haven't seen a good fit for myself. Um, okay, so I want to test this. We have symbol data assembled. We have index last and all that. Let's. So we're saved here, and we already have symbol data computed. Let's see what happens when we run this. See if it doesn't just totally kill everything. Is it waiting for something? Looks like it's waiting for. Really? Oh, from the while loop. Okay. Of course. I think this will be good too because we're coming up on a point where I need to run a more extended computation, and it would be good to let the computer do its thing for a bit. Okay, let's give it a go. It maybe would have been a good idea for me to wrap a time capture around that. Try to get how long that's gonna be. This is for one. Wait a minute. Did I run the whole thing by accident? Yeah, what's the problem here? Let's see where these brackets are matched up to. Okay, that's fine. I just can't see it straight. This is taking a lot longer than I had hoped. So we might force interrupt it, kind of see what's going wrong here. Okay, so I want to do these outside of that for sure. Let's see. What is index first? 3629. What is index last? 3630. Okay. How long is this thing again? Let's see, date length. 3630. So, why are you hanging? Let's see what span is. So we have a span of 1. Let's just step through this whole thing, see if I formatted it correctly. Good enough. Okay, so is span equal to 4? No. So then we go to, is span less than 4? Yes. So then, oh, index last is supposed to get decremented. Okay. So wait, no, index first gets decremented. This is why I really need a break. But I want to get it to like a good point because it's going to take a hot minute to run that calculation, probably. So index first goes a step back. And yeah, let's just freaking check that again. I got that outside of the while loop. That's good. But inside the for loop. Good. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. We've already calculated. Okay, so we need span. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Let's see. What is index first? And what is index last? Okay. So supposedly we might have it. Let's see. What is our first date? May 17th, 2021. It shows you how far back I got this data. And May 21st, which is 4 days later. All right. Excellent. Okay, so the timer just went off, so I think that this should be good to run through. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to put up the 10-minute timer. And I'll be back probably in the last couple of minutes of that. But I'm going to stretch my legs, get outside, say hello to my partner. All that wonderful stuff. Hopefully this builds us a wonderful data frame in the meantime. Oh. Wait, it has an issue though. Argument is of length 0. Let's see what span is. Why isn't it working? What is symbol? Okay. So that's weird. Let's have it print. It's weird that there's an NA in there. But it should be trivial to build some catching code for that. We'll just say if is.na symbol, do nothing. But we'll also do a print statement saying, nah, bro. Just to see if it happens a bunch of times. Kind of curious about that. And then we'll say else. Do all this wonderful stuff. And we'll copy paste the whole thing because that will fix the formatting. And formatting is important. Okay. Let's try that again. Alright, I'm gonna set up a break. Whoops. Okay, I'll be back. Remind me if I come back and my microphone is off, please. we got a couple minutes left on this break. I feel a bit rejuvenated. Now I'm running the swamp cooler, so I'm curious if that sound is noticeable and or terrible. Yeah, I'm gonna take these last couple minutes to settle in. If anyone has any questions, comments, whatever, throw them out there. I got you, homie. Also, if you just want to say hi, hello to everyone. I don't plan on opening the Twitch again because my computer slows down so much when I do that. But right now I'm checking my Instagram. So if anyone has Instagram and wants to follow me, I am theyboarding on Instagram. All right, we are back at it, and I haven't peeked yet. I don't know if did the job finish? Did it have a problem? We'll find out in 5 seconds. And I don't know if you can hear the doorbell from the website, but that means it's time to switch. So now we're going to bring up our studio. Okay, cool. I forgot to stop printing the symbol itself, so that the knob row in there, I don't know if that's the only one of 3600, but oh, that's probably why we got this error here. Okay, not a problem. So let's see. I also want to just comment out that line with the Control Shift C. And now I will, let's take a look at the results. All right, looks like it did its thing, and then we had an error where we were off by 1. So let's just check the lengths of everything real quick. Length of symbols US 2121. It's like Savage 21. Do you think he programs in R? He's probably a Python guy. Just kidding. I need to be programming in Python too. I love R so much, and I don't want to learn. I've learned Python. I don't want to shift my thing. You know, I love working in R. 2120 for start index. What about end index? 2120. Okay, so that one nah has clearly thrown us off. Let's see. So let's look at the head of symbols US. Let's look at the top first. 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think it's the 8th row. Symbols, let's say, just do a test. Is.naw symbols US. Eight. Well, we're not going to hard code it. We'll write something that just detects it. So, because if there are any naws, there's going to be a vector length misalignment. And ideally, this should have been accounted for earlier. Maybe we'll have like an error fixing day. Not error fixing, but you know, patch fixing. I don't know the right word for what I'm trying to describe, but that's okay. Okay, so let's say nah symbol index gets which symbol, which is dot nah symbols dot oops symbols not dot. And let's take a look at that. 8. So just the 8th row in this case. So we'll say if the length of nah symbol index is greater than 0, then we make some sort of adjustment. And I'm trying to do a test here in case this becomes a nah. Let's see. Just to make sure this test will still work. Okay, cool. That will work then if it's empty. I thought so, but wanted to make sure. So we want to remove any nah rows from symbols US. So symbols US in that case gets symbols US row subsetting which what's the term, what's the function called again that makes a integer series? Well, in any case, we'll say 1 to date length, or 1 to, what's the symbols? Say length symbols equals length symbols US 21. I'm gonna do some tests with this because the in operator can get funky if you do it in the wrong order, and I want to make sure I'm doing it in the correct order. No. Symbol index. So let's say the variable 9 gets 1 through 9, and let's say primes gets 2, 3, 5, 7, and 4 gets 4. So we'll say 9. We'll say 9, which not 9 in primes. Okay, that works nicely. Let's call that AAA, and then we'll say AAA, which not AAA in 4, because, you know, if it's a single element, sometimes vector math gets weird. Just to make sure. Great. That works wonderfully. So we want to, in that case, we want to say that symbols equals which not in and we'll call this UST just to test it real quick. Length symbols UST. Oh, really? Let's try that again. Oh, yeah, we don't need the comma. And in fact, we need to not have it. So we check what length. Perfect. Okay, so we'll fix that. That operates as expected. Boom, boom, boom. So we have that data frame now. Let's look at the head of it. Okay, so we see different dates. Oh, it's probably because certain stocks stopped or started existing at different times. So let's do another test. Well, I wanna, what the, that looked weird on my end. I'm not sure if it looked weird on Twitch or not. Alright, so I'm gonna paste this in here so it's in the, it's sort of a notebook, I guess, right? Okay, so let's say symbol gets HCM. We're just trying to investigate to make sure that nothing weird is happening here, that just the date lengths are in fact different. So symbol equals, okay, so we'll go inside here. And we'll take a look. What's date length? 1306. Wonderful. Okay, so that looks fine. So we're making some real progress here. We have our start indices, and we have our end indices for the dates for our 4-day spans. Now, let's take a look at our notes file on Sheets. See if we need to update anything there yet. So our date math setup is already done. Our naive model, we're still working on that. Okay, so we want, and by the way, like somewhere we could go with this naive model in the future to make it less naive in a way would be to say, like, okay, what's the most recent 4-day return? What about the most recent before that and the most recent before that? And, like, you know, maybe we take some period, then we have a rolling average, and it's kind of like a rolling average on a rolling average. Still probably very much accounted for in numerized neutralization scripts, but could be a starting place, could be some sort of signal leading into something else. We don't know yet, because at least I don't know yet, because I haven't tested it. I haven't submitted it. I'm probably going to be submitting these without stake, at least to start. with not much testing, honestly. Um, which, of course, is not recommended for models that use Stacon or any sort of, work with value. Test your stuff. And I want to develop a testing suite for this stuff as well, so that's just going to be part of it. Alright, so most recent 4-day return is what we want. So that would be, it'd be last divided by first, right? Let's test that out a little bit. So if we say last and first, and then we have return. So for our last price is 23, and our first price is 24. So it's gone down a little bit. Equals last divided by first. Just want to kind of see what these look like if we change the numbers around some. So what if it's 25? So that's going to be higher if it's actually gone up, which seems good. And if they're exactly the same, it'll be unity, it'll be 1. Cool. So that seems like that could be. Could that be? We can submit, we could even submit it with this old data. It's still a signal, right? Okay, so we can do returns that way, but what if we want to see the log return? Which I think would be the log last minus log first. What's the let's see if these numbers make any sense to us. That gives us a negative number. All right. That gives us a positive number. That gives us a 0. Still cool. So that could be, 2 models right there. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to the goals. We'll say naive return. We'll make some sub goals. So we want that to be return on hand. On hand meaning from the data we have on hand, because I'm not even going to update it. I want to see if we can get a couple results here. I don't yet know about submitting via the API. That's almost definitely going to be something to look into for another stream, because I also have to prepare for that a bit. But we should be, I think we should be able to we should be able to do a submission today, quite possibly. That would be great. Let's put Less Naive Model down here, because we'll probably maybe get into that next time. Do a submission, and then we'll also do a second submission. I love checklists. Checklists and timing myself are both highly effective for me. And these submissions, they won't go live yet, but if things go well, I'll submit them live onto Signals at some point. All right, so we want to do return on hand, and we want to do log on hand. Wonderful. I'm so excited. Let's, we'll just say next time for Less Naive Model. And let's get back into our studio. Get cracking. Take a look at the time in just a second. Alright, so we got about 20 seconds until a 5-minute break. Let's see. So we want to... Okay, so now we're doing a 5-minute break. And you can probably see I'm pretty religious about this when I take these kinds of approaches with structuring my time. It happens to work really, really well for me, so I'm pretty happy about that. If anybody out there is watching, wants to chat or say hi, feel free. Curious what everybody else is working on these days. What's on your plate, as it were, with Numerai or other stuff. I'm glad this stream has been going better than the previous ones. Let's see. Just kind of taking a few minutes break here. I'm gonna look something up real quick on my off screen. Well, alright then. So, what else is happening? Signals. Look at the API stuff. So, there's definitely like um, a Python API by UUAZ, and I'm not sure. I think it might be possible with the Omni Analytics RNumeri package in CRAN. It might be possible to submit to signals, but I'm not really sure. I haven't tried yet, and I want to make sure I have a safe setup when I'm streaming something that needs to interact with my keys, because I don't want to accidentally broadcast my keys. That would be a big whoopsie, as it were. But I think it shouldn't be that hard. So I wonder if it doesn't exist, if it'd be possible to just add that development, myself. I don't. I don't have a lot of time, so I hope not to. But hopefully, you can figure out some automation with that. All right, let's get back to our studio and get to cracking on this. See if I can get ahead of the timer. Yes, wonderful. So our studio is right there. All right, cool. So we're creating our predictions. So, sorry, that probably sounded weird. um, so let's say predictions is one. And log predictions. Let's add an underscore in there. I feel like it makes it more intuitive that it's not like just a log of predictions. Although that might actually be the case. I don't feel like figuring it out right now. But yeah, that might be true. So predictions is a vector and log predictions is a vector. So we just want to loop through. So index date for row index in Seek. That's what it is. In sequence, length symbols. Let's double check that to make sure that's so it's not good. It would be too long and would cause a problem for us, so let's fix that. In length symbols, let's do that where the NA stuff is happening. Length symbols gets length of symbols. So for row index in that, then we're gonna just say predictions gets, let's see, predictions and okay, so we'll just say for symbol, there's all sorts of like optimization that could happen to this code later. So a lot of extra overhead for symbols in symbols US, and then we'll want to subset it for symbol. And so symbol data. Okay. Symbol data. Gets that. Predictions gets symbol data. Open, high, low, close, volume, adjusted. This is another way we could vary our submissions. Open 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could get 12 models out of this. I might do that just to see what happens. Why not? Okay, so symbol data adjusted. And then so that's symbol data symbol index, and we'll say symbol index is in sequence length of symbols. What? Why is length of symbols 1 now? symbols US. Okay. I love these coasters that Numerai sent me. That has this cool art on it. So, alright, I was messing that up a little bit there, but that's okay. Symbol equals symbols, not symbol data, symbols US. Maybe streaming is a bit harder than just coding, because I am already feeling kind of out of it, but thankfully my wonderful partner just brought me some coffee. I love them so much. Okay. I say okay a lot. Need stop words in my my Twitch, so it just doesn't have me going, okay, alright. And the laugh too. No, that's probably cute. Okay, so down to symbol data. So symbol data gets signals data. Yes, good. Okay, predictions get is building by saying symbols date reference. Okay, we can do symbol in symbols US. I keep going back and forth on this. Symbol in symbols US. And then we can delete that. Symbol in symbols US. Symbols date reference. Symbols data adjusted divided by divided by so last index gets something, first index gets something. So okay, so we got to figure out what last index is and what first index is, and that is based on symbols data reference, the data frame we constructed. Symbols date reference. Date end index, which symbol US equals symbol. Let's see if we have symbol currently and see what which does there, just to make sure it makes sense. Okay, so we'll say symbol index gets that. Cool. This coffee is helping. Okay, so then we'll throw symbol index into here. And then we'll copy that, paste, change it to date start index. Prediction gets last index divided by first index. And let's define out these as well. Last value. And then we'll say first value. And then we'll make our log predictions as well. And then we'll run it and see if it works. And if it works, we'll see if it submits. And if it submits, we'll make 10 other versions of it and see if those submit. What did I just copy? Okay. Log predictions equals. Is log the term or is it lon? I can't remember. Log. Okay. Copy paste it and make sure we get the formatting right. Let's let it rip and see what happens. Log predictions not found. Oh, yeah. We wanted to use an underscore there. Not a problem. So if anyone out there is watching, hello. I have no idea. Let's see what Twitch says on my phone. Maybe that will work. Do 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 do. Well, hello everybody. Anybody who's watching. We have our predictions vectors being built right now. I'm drinking some coffee because I'm a little bit delirious. If you're new or not new, feel free to say hi or, let me know what you're wondering about. If you're a Numerai competitor or you're thinking about it or you found me some other way. I wonder how long this loop is going to take to crank. Hopefully not too long. But, we'll see what happens on the other end of it. It's exciting. Probably if this works, if there's nothing wrong with it, then we'll probably do the additional prediction vectors, with like open, high, low, close, and volume off stream, since looks like it would take quite a while. So I wonder what's happening here. I almost wonder if something's wrong with it, but not quite sure. Need to refill my water. Oh hey, it finished computing. Let's take a look. Ooh. Excuse me. I'm getting delirious and can't control myself apparently. Interesting. Okay, so I want to paste these in for whatever reason. And these two, and then let's look at the summary for each of those too. That would be interesting. Get some idea a little bit what the distribution looks like. Maybe we'll plot it also. So these values seem highly questionable, and I think that we should investigate. I think it's also almost time for a break, and I need a bathroom break, so let's do a break. Okay, sorry, that took a little longer than expected. I I think I may have figured it out though while I was thinking about it. I didn't look at the code yet, but let's bring that up. I think that I may have been making some calculations vertically instead of uh, horizontally. Or wait, no, that doesn't make sense either. I'm not sure what's going on there. Uh, but let's take a peek. Let's take a so we'll take a look since it looks pretty sketchy. And let's look at the plots too. Might give us an idea. That's a lot of them look small. Some of them look gigantic. But so this would mean like sometimes that predictions that like returns were like 200,000%. Like that doesn't make any sense. Let's look at the plot of the logs. Interesting. That's bizarre. Alright, so let's dissect this code a bit, huh? Okay. It all looks pretty sketchy, I think. Did I start my next timer yet? No, I didn't. I'm gonna do that in the background. Okay, so for each symbol in Symbols US, so let's just see what symbol is right now. Lulu is the last one in the list, I suppose. So, which signals data symbol equals symbol? Let's just see what that says. Let's just step through it with Lulu and see what happens. So, symbol index is 2120. That's the last one. Last index, first index. Let's see, last index is 3480. Okay. First index, 3476. Let's say last value and first value and see what those look like. Last value. Oh, okay, I got it. It's because I did date and index and I did the wrong thing instead of like the symbol data. I was doing the date reference data frame. Of course these numbers are insane. Golly, alright. Let's fix that. That seems like an easy fix. That makes me happy because my My brain isn't working so good anymore. Last index. Alright, so we know from last time, it took a few minutes. Let's see if it's the same this time, or maybe it'll be quicker. I don't really know. I hope it's quicker though. That would be cool. So I hope everyone is gonna have a nice weekend, either exciting or relaxing or joyful or whatever you need out of it. You know, I hope it's really great. I am so excited every time I get to say this, which has only been like once or so since I only got it last year, but I'm gonna work on my truck tomorrow. I think I'll take off tonight as far as working on the truck, given I feel a little bit delirious, but I have a F350 with a super cab, and I have to repair one of my wheels, and I got a new jack and just and a new compressor, and I'm so excited to be using those my new toys to fix up my truck. And before I bought the truck last year, I had taken 5 years off owning a car. Just because I wanted to save money to buy a house, which I did, and I wanted to travel by light rail more, which I did, and walk more and all that, and I still intend to do that stuff a lot, but I eventually decided I think I'll feel a lot better, safer, more secure if I have a truck. And before that, I had a Ford Taurus, and it was a real hunk of junk. I was like working on it all the time before the unfortunate end of its life, to the point that I had re-rigged the gas cable, not like that gas runs through, but like that goes to the gas pedal from the engine. I had rigged up my own solution for that because the cable had snapped at one point, so I got a new one and did that myself with my uncle's help many years ago. I did a bunch of other work on it, and I don't know, like I like working on my vehicles. I'm still pretty new at it, so I'm excited to learn more about that. So our loop is still cranking here. We know from before that took like maybe about 5 minutes. Yeah, hopefully it'll be a little faster, but at least this time, like, we're likely to get some more sane data, which is very exciting. Cool. So it is concluded. Let's take a look at our heads, our summaries, and our plots. Let me bring this over a bit. Oops. Oops. Okay, so as you can see, I'm blocking some of this stuff here, but it's okay. It doesn't, I don't think it's really that important. So, head of predictions. Yes, that looks much better. Those values seem sane, which, making predictions about the stock market that I might invest my own money into. I certainly appreciate sanity. And now let's look at the log prediction head. Oh yeah, those values also look more sane, but we haven't looked at the summary or the plot yet, so there still might be some crazy outliers. So like doing stuff like this, if anyone happens to be watching this, or you know, if it ends up being helpful, like doing explorations like this are really helpful for just trying to make sure that nothing weird went wrong, because like if you don't stop and check this stuff, you might have accidentally like not copied something over or whatever, and like the numbers still compute, but then the distribution is all funky and weird, and you don't want bad predictions going into production, because then you're making bad decisions based on erroneous calculations, and that is a huge liability. So like take the time to take a look at your stuff and make sure it's like it at least makes sense a little bit, like the values aren't way out of the realm of possibility. Okay, so the summary of the predictions: minimum is 53%, maximum is 40%. I feel like those are pretty, you know, possible. And our first quartile is almost 98%. Our third quartile is a little over 2%. So like that seems like okay. Most of these are like really tight. Maybe a couple of the stocks had some like really huge stuff. So I'd be curious to see the plot. I'm gonna say looks good instead of looks sketchy. And I think the logs look good too, but maybe not. I'm not as versed in log scale, so the plots should really help illuminate it for us. And I think that's like, you know, look at everything you can with your calculations. Look at the numbers themselves. Look at the size of the object. Look at the distribution. Look at it visually. You might see like, oh, whoa, there's 10,000 values stuck at 10. Why is that? And you go back and you figure out, oh, I accidentally typed 11 instead of 1 somewhere. Whoops. You know, that mistake might cost someone $10 million if they don't catch it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this looks good. So it's centered around 1. We have like a little bit of noise along that 1, which is to be expected, but it seems pretty dense there. And I'm for it. I think I have another idea about how to plot and just like get a look at the distribution of the data. I plot our log predictions, and again, it's looking pretty good there. That 1, you know, I'm curious about like that minus 60%. Like who crashed that day? Let's maybe that could be something to look into. That minimum negative 0.626. Now I want to look at them sorted also. So it just gives me an idea of like more understanding of the shape of the distribution. Oof, nice. Yeah, the other side that's not visible right now, I'll try to fix that sometime, is kind of the opposite. The right side is kind of the opposite of the left. It doesn't dip as hard, but It's just got that beautiful S kind of curve to it. Although, I mean, it's a inverse S, but and same for the log. Let's look at the predictions one again. That negative 0.626 is really interesting to me. I kind of want to know which one that is. So let's say which log predictions is less than negative 0.6. Index 408. So outlier index equals that. So let's look at the symbol. So symbols US outlier. And another reason, like, even to look in the outliers when the rest of it looks good, is there still might be some problem somewhere, or something that's like makes it obvious that, like, oh, maybe this is some company that didn't crash real hard, and it would behoove me to exclude outliers when I'm setting up these trainings. My command of language is not the best right now, so please forgive me. BDTX. I have never heard of it. Let's look at the dates for BDTX. So symbol date reference. I'll copy paste the console into this after a little bit. Symbols date reference. Which symbols date reference symbol US equals BDTX. What? Okay, I accidentally deleted it. Symbols date reference. Oh my gosh. Which, make that a row reference. Which symbols date reference symbols US equals BDTX. Okay, 326, 330. So this is a stock that's only existed for like a year, less than a year maybe. I'm trying to guess, because this is like a fun game. Like, what was it? Is that like what that company that like rents out office space or something? Or I don't know. All right, let's keep figuring it out. Let's look at the dates too. So nah, let's just like look up BDTX. How about that? Okay, we'll do that. So BDTX. Let's look at the 6-month chart. Oh, yeah, we had a huge drop. 27.50, 13. That's like, yeah. Black Diamond Therapeutics. Let's see what the news says about them at that time. This is like looking into this is a great reason to not just use the most recent return value. Um, let's see how we're getting into some real research stuff here. Where's the news? Last month. Insiders increased their holdings now. It was 2 months ago. Why did their price drop? This is so exciting to me. So that was like, what day was that drop on? Why did that happen? I have all these scammy ads on the side. I need to figure out how to block those. Okay, insider purchases, I guess. May 4th is when that happened. Is that when our huge crash happened? Ooh, we are slow. Why are we so slow? No, that happened after. Well, I don't know why yet, but I want to ask Twitter about it later. I have some friends who follow the stock market a lot closer than I do, so they might be able to let me in on some knowledge. Well, let's see if we can get a submission file together. Oh man, why are we so slow? All right, so I'm on the other screen over here. I'm gonna get off BDTX and let me change the screen over and then log into Signals off screen. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna do another 5-minute break now because I need to use the restroom, and I'll also try to log in with Signals during that time. All right, I am back, and we're gonna stop using timers because we've got 39 minutes left. I think we can try to see if we can get at least a couple submissions in, and just wrap up and review. Like, let's freaking do it. Um, so I have Signals. I'm logged in. Let me click on upload signal here. Get a little hint on. Nope, that doesn't help. Okay, so let's bring up the docs for Signals to look at the submission information. So I want to make sure I write a file correctly. Looking at the documents should help me do that. Documentation, usually pretty good for doing that. I don't see it though. Ticker, signal. What are the submissions? Let's be ticker and signal, and values must be between 0 and 1. Okay, so ticker, signal must be between 0 and 1. So we'll set that up. Move that back over here. Okay, cool. So all right, so let's take a look at, so we want to note that create submission file or files. Names in header, ticker ticker signal note signal must be between 0, 1. Exclusive, I think. Yeah. Okay. So, let's say ticker gets symbols US and signal gets predictions. It's got to be a convenient way of yeah, we could just jam it into that range. So what do we want to do? We want to add the minimum. So adjust signal. Excluding 0 and 1. So signal gets signal plus minimum minus the minimum of signal. And then signal gets signal divided by maximum of signal what? And then we'll look at summary of signal. Goes precisely from 0 to 1. So how do we jam that into okay, so signal gets 0.1234 times signal gets signal plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that might work. It's super janky, so I don't know if it'll work for every time, but here's hoping. Alright, so signal's written, so That's my working directory. Okay, so submission gets data frame ticker and signal. Write that CSV. Model name is going to be live, and it's going to be adjusted predictions.csv. Alright, let me look up the spec for write.csv. Write that tables faster. Write that table. X equals submission. File equals just and row at names equals false. Ooh. And I'm going to submit those to the model named live. See what happens. See if it works. Oh, the documentation is wrong. Okay. Bloomberg ticker. So I'm gonna just try to fix that real quick. I'm gonna do it off screen. Might be a little bit faster. Try again. Ooh, is this gonna be our first submission? We're gonna get it? That would be awesome. Trying again. What? Okay. Headers must be... Okay, so let's go back to RStudio because it's telling us that the headers must be something, something, something. I feel like we're getting close, so it's exciting. Let's see, header. So test equals read.csv head test. Okay, right table is just specified in a way that, like, I don't really appreciate. Let's see if it lets us do it this way. And let's see if it's okay with just ticker, or if it needs Bloomberg ticker. Yeah, it worked. Oh, wait, okay. Invalid tickers, 42. Oh, that seems okay. 2078 live tickers. Oh, yeah, sick. Oh, how wonderful. Okay, so... Yes. And it's okay with ticker. It doesn't actually need Bloomberg ticker. That's cool. Oh, I wasn't on the screen when it said, let me just pull that up just so you can see. So, you can see, submission accepted, right, down at the bottom here. 42 invalid tickers. I take that as a sign of good luck. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. I got it on my first stream. Last one didn't count as a stream because I gave up and it didn't work at all. But, oh man, that's so wonderful. Alright, so I'm gonna crank out 12 different examples and submit them and see what the heck happens. Alright, let me go back to RStudio. We're gonna wanna log this junk. And I'll submit them this coming weekend. With some old data. Maybe I'll get new data if I really have time, but I'm pretty busy. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Okay, so we'll say like live is adjusted. I'm gonna take some notes off screen here. because I want to track the different models. Oh my gosh, that's so excited. Okay, so we have the model and the predictions log. Is predictions based on adjusted log. No. So you just open, high, low, close, volume. Off screen here, I'm making an adjustment to the streaming notes. Which I'll show as part of the summary that we do in just a moment, but I need to pull up some different names and stuff. So we got free, we got yin yang I, trans flag, jellyfish. These are names of my signals models. Frame to fire resistive. Luis with Frank's head. Ghost gradient for color deck suits fraternal letters. My signals models are named after my tattoos. Pirates. Oh, so exciting. Okay. Bring OBS back up. So now we need to set these up to write my predictions for all the other stuff. So I'm gonna do that now. How exciting. So this is let me blot out. Oh no, that's fine. Let me add a line. So we're gonna have 12 different examples. Hopefully they all work. There might be problems with the open, high, low, close, or volume specifications, but yeah, hopefully it just works. That would be good. So I think we can go like that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so now we want to find the first and then go from there. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, here we are. So this is our first one. And now we want okay, so the next model's name is free, and we're going to do that. The first 6 are going to be not oh wait. Yeah. I can do the logarithm into each of these. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I can delete the rest. And then I'll add the logarithms in there pairwise. Okay, so the adjusted logarithm is called ghost gradient. So we'll say log ghost gradient adjusted log predictions. And I want to do this again. So I messed up the first time. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now just go through and adjust the names and the column that we're pulling. So then we got open is free and 4 colored exits. Open, open. Alright, I think I should probably... No, okay. can still do this. Yeah. I'm gonna. Alright, so there's only 10 minutes left, so I'm gonna get into fixing the rest of this later. Let's start doing a summary. Well, we got one. That's awesome. Alright, let's bring back the tomato. Oh wait, we don't need the tomato, we need that. Okay, so I've summarized. Oh, where did my windows go? Okay, great. So I made this new tab on the streaming notes that says my model name. It describes what the predictions are based on, adjusted, open, high, low, close, or volume, and whether or not the returns are logarithmic. I'm going to add a column for finished. Let's say yes. And then the rest are no, so I'll finish those later. Let's go to goals. Let's see. Okay, so for our naive model, we did return based on on-hand data. We did logarithmic returns based on on-hand data. We have our naive model done. And we have a submission done. We're going to do 11 more submissions for homework. Or say 12 models for homework Saturday. I'd say the skeleton is done. With the note that we want to optimize and improve and simplify. Maybe we'll work on a less naive model next time. Gonna make a homework tab. This is homework for me, so what do I want to do? So tasks are fix code for log submissions. And submit live for all 12 models. And I'll add a column to model tracking for that. Let's think some more about stuff to do next time. We'll copy paste this over. Functionalize prediction scheme. That's pretty good goals. Okay, so let's write a summary. So today we explored a US signals. Today we explored my signals US data. We designed a naive model, implemented the naive model. We created schemes for traditional returns, created scheme for logarithmic returns, we did a submission. That one gets a triple exclam. I'm so proud of that. Designed 11 alternate naive predictions. Oh, next time we should also like get live data. I think the less naive model will be a thing that we might keep kicking to the next one, because getting this stuff kind of rock solid is where I want to be right now. And what else did we do today? So rudimentary created skeleton, created a rudimentary initial skeleton. A successful live stream on Twitch with OBS. That's about it. If anyone out there is listening, I appreciate you. I'm gonna take a look at see who's watching on the app, so I can just thank everyone by name. I know people have been in and out. Totally understandable. It's a 4-hour stream that can get kind of boring, especially when I'm back and forth and just figuring out what I'm doing. Um, I yeah, so ooh. I just wanted to thank Academy Impossible, um, Minu Cat, Time Tyrant 42, and XX Demon Kitty. Thank you all for watching, and anyone who catches this later, thank you as well. I am. You can get in touch with me if you want on the Numerai Rocket chat or on Twitter at Liz Does It. That's gonna do it for this stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening, and hope you all have a great day and a good weekend if it's a weekend for you. Bye bye.